Hello, and welcome back to some creative dumb shittery. I hope everyone's having a good day so far. I hope everyone's having a good one. I'm a little tired. Went to bed very late last night because reasons. And very slightly sore. But yes, hope everyone had a good day. I'm just getting the music set up. Just a sec. There we go. We'll just do this music. Alright, there we go. And then what was the art piece we were working on last? It was the hug one, right? Like the give me a hug. Yeah, looks right. Here's my tablet. Oh, that's loading. Oh. You're alive. I thought Noxie would have decommissioned you. No, but it was very funny talking with you yesterday about all the stuff. Like, literally after stream, I kind of just, like, went in the garage, while she was painting and just sat on the couch out there, and we just fucking yawned for a bit. Then I think I went inside, yawned with Sneakers for a bit, and then, like, we came out, we asked, what do we want to have for lunch? We sorted lunch out, and then I think I had lunch, and then I came back to my room, crashed. Sneakers was doing the lawn, woke me up because he wanted a fucking monster. And, like, that's basically the main stuff outside of the games of Magic we played at the end of the day. With the boys. Which, God, some of those games took a lot longer than they needed to. I did get to have fun with the Doctor Who deck, though. The Daleks one. I got to be a problem, got board wiped, and then, like, the game just kind of got stalled for fucking years. Until someone hit an infinite, I think it was. And then the same thing happened with the last game, is that it was a very slow game, and then just someone pulled out I have a 3-card infinite combo where I can now infinitely take turns. I'm like, cool, I'm scooping. I'm done. I'm very content not dealing with this. Hey Devil, D&D game got cancelled? That sucks. Never fun. It's funnier as well, because, like, I think we started at, like, 6, and we ended at nearly 10. We were playing 2 games of Magic over, like, 4 hours. So, it is what it is. Still not as bad as the other one, where we had, like, a 3-4 hour game, and we only played 2 games. It was, like, 5 hours. It was such a dumb game. It was... I think it was the second game went on for, like, easily an hour and a half longer than it should have. Which is painful. Alright. I didn't end up getting the rest of the work done I needed to, so we need to finish doing the legs and shoes. Let's see, instead of it, I was reading Mutants and Masterminds 3rd edition. Your friend and taking the piss out of, taking the piss making characters. Hell yeah. I mean, okay, so, at the moment, you wanna know why I was saying, like, I'm very tired? I was up very late. So, outside of the Magic game, and I also was doing this morning, Star Rail's had its big major new update, right? I have not gotten the story done for the last, like, 2 big story points, so I'm very behind on that. Haven't touched that yet. they added a new mode that I have been interested in ever since it got teased, called Currency Wars, which is basically teamfight tactics from League of Legends put into a Star Rail format, where it's like you draft characters from a pool of characters. If you own the character, it brings their stats in. If you don't own the character, you get a trial version of the character. But you can draft 4 characters for your team, and then a bunch of characters as the support for the team. And there is a lot of stuff going on with that, that I found very, very fascinating. It's got like weird synergies and stuff like that, and I can see a lot of learnings from it. I've not played it enough at this stage to be fully happy with it yet. Because again, it's PvE TFT, right? Player versus everything TFT. So you're never actually technically playing against players or anything like that. So there's an element of it that, like, there's some of the charm of the competitiveness is lost, and it's curious to see, like, how did they compensate for that? In this case, it's the better you do, the higher up in a kind of, like, progressive rank you have, which is normal with these. It's normal that, like, when you win, you get a higher difficulty unlocked, but they've classified it as ranks, which is fascinating. To try and, I guess, facilitate the fact that it's normally a PvP game mode, and normally there's some ranked gameplay, so I guess that's their attempt at, like, giving you that energy. But there's items, there's all sorts of stuff inside of the mode, and the problem is, for me personally at this stage, the mode seems really cool, but it has the same issue TFT has, which is it's a hell of a learning curve in some regards. Once you understand your lines and stuff like that, it's very easy, but, like, I can't be asked right now learning a full architecture and mechanical structure, like teamfight tactics again. There's a reason I stopped playing TFT, is because I just couldn't be asked coming in every few months, having a new set to learn, and having my skill deteriorating just by not playing it naturally as well. Just all of that competing together to create a fairly negative experience for me. Along with a bunch of other reasons, but, like, and that's me saying, by the way, I do agree that they do need to do the set rotations. I just don't play often enough to justify caring. So, one of the superheroes we made today was called Normal Man. We just maxed out his ranks in Nullify Power, made it a permanent effortless area ability, so that means in the area around him, no paranormal activity can exist. He just shuts down all powers around and makes things super normal. Dude, that's literally what we were talking about the fucking other day with the Akashic Records of Bastard Teacher, right? It's like, oh, I'm not, like, here to... I'm very skilled at magic, but you know what I'm so skilled at? Fucking hand-to-hand combat. Oh, all of you are mages? Cool, guess what? You can't use magic. Let's fucking do hand-to-hand. Look, the difference between us and skill of magic? I don't fucking care. I'm gonna beat you with experience down here, motherfucker. I'm dragging you here. I love that. I love that energy a lot. Which is ironic that I didn't really care much for Black Clover, which is kind of the plot of that one, right? Like, the main character, his ability is nullify magic, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that's a weird one to me, and as well, I fully acknowledge. That's Dragon Maids, not that one. This one. I'm just gonna do this for my fucking own sanity, so I don't have to, like, have weird tabs and weird positions. Give me a second. I'm just gonna screen cap the shoes and put them onto the document to the side so I have them as a reference point directly next to. I hate how you fucking lag. But I will have a look at the Yuri update. Is it just like a technical update, or is it like an actual content update, Clap? Just localization things? Okay, so it's a technical update. Implemented improvements related to memory optimization. Ah. Curious. Let's see. Oh yeah, the fucking Unity problem as well, yeah. I wonder if that memory optimization is gonna actually make the stream experience better. There's a chance. That's right. No, not like that. And then this is about what that is. So a new layer this, so it's easier for me to like deal with these things. So I can also cut out a chunk of this shite. Okay, and then something there, thing like that, cross, crystal thing like that, and then that's probably all that's going to actually be seeable from that angle. Cool. Okay. I have to narrow the foot down a little bit also. Because these shoes kind of have a much narrower back point to them. And then this part is pretty much as is current. Do that. And then these will probably get moved a little bit. To just about there. That range. Yeah, so what's everyone else been up to though, other than cancelling games and making characters? Or cancelling, being cancelled on for D&D and making character stuff? Like Devil was mentioning earlier. Sorry, my, like, brain's, like, doing the sputter thing again. 'Cause... reasons. Let's see. What is that thumbnail? What do you mean, Muffin? Also, how you been? It's been a hot minute. Have you been well? I was driving around town today, going to the doctor visit, helping family, and then the D&D thing. Seems like a very full-on day. Very tiresome. Have a work training I gotta do in a different city, so it's gonna be a 2-hour morning drive. Fuck that. That's just upsetting. That's too much. Sorry, I was just looking at something that was interesting. Let's see. Been a while, been busy with stuff. So, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Life be life. Also, if you're wondering, Muffin, I actually drew that thumbnail. That was some art we did. That one I didn't do much on stream, but that's because the rest of the art is something I cannot show on stream. It is in the Discord somewhere. I'm gonna look for it. Go look in Despicable. That's where you find most of the art that I draw that I can't show on stream fully. I'm pretty sure did I post the final one there? I know I posted a copy of it over on the other Twitter. Can't remember if I posted the final one on the Discord, actually. I know I posted a nearly final one. I might have posted it before I did the last little bit of hair touch-up, which I think the thumbnail has. Oh yeah, I haven't posted the finished thing of the recent Iron Mouse one over on the other one yet. Gotta go do that. No, I didn't post the here updated one. I think I did the here updated one and I didn't post it anywhere. But like, as a soft example, this was one of the other drawings I did around that time. I think this one I did on stream though. Or mostly on stream, because it's technically safe for work. It's just very, very lewd. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Devil found it. She pinged me! You pinged me for that one, you fucking... You on a Goonarock? No, I just draw, and sometimes I get paid for it. I don't show all the stuff I get paid for, though. No, the point was that, I got more and more into doing commission stuff, and I started doing an alternate thing for specifically pornographic, or not safe for work, and we did that, and now I'm drawing more often, irregardless of if I like it or not. Again, mixed feelings still, but mostly negative towards drawing. But no, I'm not on Goonarock. This has been a while that this has been going on for. I have a fairly chocked folder of, like, stuff. Like, what we're doing at the moment, this is non-commission. This is me practicing things. Like the last one that I did, the Iron Mouse one I did. That's not a commission, that was me strictly setting out to do, practice on skin and leather texturing. Which is what this is. Yeah, so this is the Iron Mouse one that you're hearing me talk about right now. It was specifically to do skin and leather texturing, was the practice here. Looks really good. I'm actually quite happy with it. It did take a good few days, but like, yeah, no, I'm actually pretty happy with the outcome of this. I think the thing that I'm the most happy with is the fact that the base color for the skin, so like the lightest color point is the exact same as if I removed the skin texturing. It's just everywhere. That's how much the texturing does, right? And that's the thing that we've been talking about a lot, is it's just, I like that. How much that does. Let's not talk about the horny toggle of this, though. I'll just... Anyway. But yeah, so this is the next one I'm doing, where I'm just gonna, like, I just kind of had a pose that I sketched up the other day, and I was like, do I keep going with it? And everyone's like, you could do it with these characters, and I'm like, you know what? I'll do it with Mel. I like the idea of doing it with that, so that's where we're at now. Only doing a little bit of adjustment though, because I'm still not happy with the fact that, technically speaking, Mel's not exactly a super like thick design. So I'm trying to see if I can shrink down a little bit. of the Thaknos. There we go. That looks a little bit better to me. Oh, but yeah, no. This is what has been happening, like, constantly, though, nowadays, Muffin. Is like, we just do art on stream. Sometimes it's with direction, sometimes it's not. It's kind of the charm of these streams now. These creative streams I do specifically for this purpose. Because I'm trying to remember, didn't we have, like, I think I had a stream where I was doing a dev stream, and I started showing some of the drawings and doing some of the drawings during that, and I asked if the people would want to see, like, just those as dedicated streams more. And, surprisingly enough, the overwhelming opinion was, yes, do that more. This is really fun. So we started doing that more. That looks a little better. Understandable. I sit on Discord and watch friends stream art all the time. Yeah, like there's a few times where I'll sit on Discord with just some mates and I'll be drawing and I'm like, I'll just stream this in case people are interested. Like, this is also not, like, the last time I've done... Like, I've done Mel a few times. There's a piece that I have that I can show, like, the... Where is it? This one? To show the partway done version of it. This is the last Mel piece that I was working on. Yeah. Tummy, yeah. What else do I have that I could show off that's interesting? Oh, we did do the coffin thumbnail. So I did play through, like, the coffin, Was it the coffin of Andy and Lele or whatever the fuck it was called again? And I decided to do a thumbnail based on the art style for it. So we did actually do that. Mouse is still your favorite? Yeah, Mouse is still pretty fucking top tier. Yeah, the coffin of Andy and Lele. So I decided to do like it with the kind of characters that I have for my design stuff. That's what we got. Based on like the thumbnailing. This one I'm still pretty happy with how it ended up. The Alabama game. It is a wild game, and it has caused me no end of, like, psychological damage, getting reminded of some things. Oh, you want to see something that I probably can show, just? There you go. Here was a quick sketch I did one time about Matara and Juniper. It's good. Anyway. Then we did some, like, Iron Mouse outfit ideas. I still like this one a lot, actually. I would like to go back to this one and redo its texturing, because, like, I do redoing is, leather and stuff like that, but, like, it was basically the Battle Queen sort of, like, pseudo power army stuff, and I decided to try and do it with Mouse. I think it came out pretty decently. The Bug Yuri, hell yeah. Something's on the ceiling. Oh yeah, something's definitely on the ceiling. What other art do we have that I can actually show? Oh yeah, I never finished this one, did I? Yeah, no, this was one that I was working on quickly as a sketch for one time, which was the Neuro siblings. Neuro and Evil. I didn't do anything more than the sketch. I should come back to this, I think. It'd be interesting to finish it. Yeah, I don't just draw pornography. And Evil on the left. Yes, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, the fucking Jacko pose. That was an awful stream. I think, wasn't the Jacko pose like the beginning of it? Oh? I think that was the one I might have done during a dev stream, and like it turned into a whole bit. Because I think I shared some of the work I was like in the middle of over on Discord because I couldn't show it on stream. And we were all talking about that, and then like we started talking about other dumb shit, and then we did the Jacko pose one. Which is still here in my folder as just the sketch thing that we did for funnies. The reason that stream was awful is because I literally did the Jacko pose, like 3 times. One time even on camera, and you actually, like, because, especially, I love that, right, because it was because of the lag, it's basically, you see me kind of in a shitty version of the pose, and then just flat on the floor, just crying out in pain. Oh yeah, I think this was the Mel one that actually, like, Mel found on Twitter, by the way. Like, she actually liked this one. That sketch. That was fucking funny. I think, I was playing, like, Pokemon or something like that, right? I was, like, playing a Pokemon game on my phone, and I just see the, like, Project Melody has liked one of your tweets, and I'm like, Girl, what are you doing over here? I know what you're doing over here, but what are you doing over here? That fucked me up. I stand by if you want me to do, like, as one of these creators, right, if you want me to be like the loyalist little bitch ever and be a dog for you, it's literally entice me to draw for you and then just give me like a like or something like that afterwards and go, I like that. And it's like, it's like, I'm putty at that point. I am very, very susceptible when it comes to that because I don't like my own art. You tweeted it? I didn't see. Yeah, no, I tweeted it. That was the one where, again, I'm pretty sure that was the one Melody liked. I'm pretty sure that was the one that oh, no. Okay, so Muffin, I have multiple Twitter accounts. I do not post the lewd stuff on my main account. It is one of the worst kept secrets. I have a second account where I post a lot of like temp art, whip art, and just random shit that I draw. I even posted, like, back when at one point, I was posting a bunch of, like, when I was practicing off Star Rail characters on there as well. So, like, the images I'm showing here, this is on that Twitter account. I do need to finish posting that IMS one. How do I find this Twitter? It's one of the worst kept secrets ever. No horny on mains. Exactly. No horny on mains. It's one of the worst kept secrets because I use the account also to practice Japanese. So there's like one very key location that everyone finds it from. The only hint I'll give you is you can find it from my main account. Technically. That's probably the easiest way to kind of put to it. You can find it like yeah, like I think I gave the hint of like you can find it from my main account and that it was in Japanese, and I'm pretty sure Clap found it in like 2 minutes. Again, it's an account that I don't advertise actively for because it is just kind of like my way of just drawing stuff and not thinking too much on it. Right? That's why it's a side account. If I wanted to find it, I would ask Clap for a link, but I don't even have Twitter. True. True. That also is a point. Alright. I think that's good enough for the boats now. Is there anything else I want to work on before I start moving on to doing an updated line art form? I somehow toggled recording off? What the fuck? Or recording on? God damn it, OBS. Don't record. That chunks my PC. Let it write its stuff, and then I can go delete it, because that takes up a fuckload of my space on my PC as well. I don't even know how I toggled that on. Videos! What is today? It's the 8th of the 11th. Yep, there it is. Delete you. Entire 4-hour long stream because I hit record when trying to go live and realized that the very end of the stream. I'm pretty good at paying attention to that stuff, but yeah, no, it happens. It happens all the fucking time. Alright. As long as you're not, like, recording and instead of streaming, I think you're fine, though. Right? Ah, I'm talking to myself now. Yeah. I don't know how to look for it. But okay, I'll give an even heavier hint that this time. All right, so I can literally find it from my main account in seconds, but that's because obviously I do know where I'm looking. If I go to my main profile, right, for a split second, within the scope of the stuff here, I could click on one thing and scroll and find it. There is a very limited list of things that are in pure Japanese in that location. It's very quick to find. In fact, how far do I have to scroll? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in. Basically like one solid flick of the scroll wheel. I don't see any Japanese. Did you, like, miss the part where I said, on my profile, click one button and then scroll? And you'll get there? Again, it's Mallet's worst kept secret. That and he's dying on a regular basis. You just don't know when. I'm good at keeping the secret of when it's happening. I didn't realize that was a button. I assume everything's a button, whether it says so or not. So I don't click on much on a page without, like, pre-checking. Your nose is a button and I'm feeling like spamming. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you squeeze my nose, you'll... There you go. Yeah, that's all you get. It's not really much to it. Gonna go now. Need extra sleep for tomorrow. That's fair, especially with the 2-hour drive. Catch you later, Devil. Have a good one. That's the worst honk I have ever heard. What the fuck do you mean? How's that the worst honk you've ever heard? I'm fucking insulted. Used to be one of my best party tricks. I got meh. To be fair, I assume people were very drunk at that point. That's a valid point, actually. I was about to say something as well. I'm gonna leave that one for when you're older. It's gonna be that old guy that's just like, damn, no, fuck you, I used to get older bitches. Gets clapped by his wife. Fucking still love that video. Don't tell on Noxie? Why the fuck would she care? She knows I was, a slut when I was younger. Not only did she know me when I was in high school, I've told her enough stories and we've both gone like, yep, no, we were both dumb. Be back in a bit. All good, Muffin. Can't remember, was hers just... I remember, like, going surprised that her... Mel's, like, eyebrows were very basic ones, right? Yeah, it's very simple ones. kind of good. I want to do them though. Hmm. Go. Getting there. Oh. God, my fucking brain, man. I'm getting these lines done. He is always a bit of a bitch for this part, in particular. I don't know why. Does anyone potentially know why I'm actually, like, having a fucking time with this, where the eraser doesn't erase, like, the thing straight away? Am I using, like, the wrong eraser? Is that what's happening? So I keep using this one, which, if we do this, you can see that there's, like, a sketch line left behind. I think I'm just using the fucking wrong eraser. No clue why it does that. It's really annoying. May not, like, seem like a big deal, but when it comes to doing, like, the fill tool stuff, it actually affects it quite a bit. Because that technically now is a different coloring point, so I have to, like, fight it, basically. So it means I have to fill over those locations again, potentially. Just because I didn't, like, extra erase a line all the fucking way. There we go. What's your take on platformer games? I'm not a huge fan of platformer and 2D, personally. I've got nothing truly wrong with them other than a personal preference. That is it. Like, it's one of the many times I'll sit there and go like, I am fully willing to acknowledge I am probably in the objective wrong. But like, one of the big examples is like Celeste and, in a sense, you could argue like Hollow Knight in those games as well. I don't enjoy them, personally. I can see the charm of them. I can see all the stuff going on with them. I can see why people like them. And I can see they're objectively good games. But it doesn't stop the fact that, like, I just don't enjoy them, right? It's me entitled to my personal preference, but willing to acknowledge when a game is good. I was almost about to recommend a puzzle platformer. Oh yeah, I'd probably fucking hate it. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, you want a very straight answer, I will probably not like it. I've played a lot of puzzle, or like, platformer games in my time as well. Keep in mind, like, I've been playing since that was the standard games. I didn't really enjoy them back then. Right? I didn't enjoy them back then as much as I enjoyed, like, Pokemon. There's a reason why Pokemon and Final Fantasy were the two games I played the most of when they were not the only games I had available to me. If it's a non-2D platformer, I'm a little bit more willing to accept them, but, like, I'm gonna be honest, parkour games are not really my thing. Warframe takes that out of me already, and I don't play that game like a parkour game. I just use the movement system, which is parkour, as a movement system. I don't actually think of it in any grand sense, and all of the movements and actions I take are almost all automated at this point by, like, how much I've played the game. Like the specific bullet jumps, I know the exact angles to hit to all of them. What about Minecraft parkour? Can die in a hole. Again, I mean this with a personal preference argument. I'm really not down for, that. Like, I stand by, I was willing to put up with it in, like, Doom Eternal, like the parkour in that, because it was between levels, but it was definitely the worst part of the game for me. Right. It's why I've always been, like, ironically and I've always been tempted to, like, make my own platformer game. Because I want to see what happens when a non-platform game like a 2D platformer, when someone like me that absolutely hates or doesn't like the genre, tries to approach it. Like, what decisions do I make that either are unique or new, potentially, against the grain, because I'm willing to not do the fucking same shit, because I don't enjoy it. Right? Like, there's just a fucking, like, social experiment energy there, where I'm like, I'm just curious. Would I, like, somehow find a way to reduce the amount of that mechanic that I'm dealing with? Would I refine a mechanic in a way that, like, no one would have perceived because I'm considering it from an angle of I don't enjoy this, so how do I, like, do it differently? Do I just do a carbon copy of what everyone else does and gets reminded why? I don't know. Maybe 3 streams. It would depend on, like, how I want to approach it if I want to do it. But yeah, I again, it's a full, like, I have considered this a lot of different ways. It's just the problem is, and I'm going to be honest with this is part of the main thing against it. When I make a game, right, especially for a genre, I try and make an effort to study a bunch of games from that genre. Either by playing them or just by watching a bunch of videos. I don't think I would sit down and play any of them, and that's really bad for a game that's so gameplay loop heavy. Because I wouldn't stand it. And it's like, well then how am I doing the testing for the game? It's like, that's a fucking good question, because I don't want to test the game. And I have to test it constantly. How you would approach Baba as you? I assume you know that one. I feel like I've heard the name. And quickly look in a second to see if I recognize it. Alright, let's see. I do recognize that name. Why do I recognize that name? Why do I recognize Barbara as you? It's like, I remember Mirror's Edge, right? And stuff like that. I remember playing other platformer games. There was that one where it was just the geometry shapes. That one I kind of liked because it had a cute story to it as well. Prisoners blocks you can interact with, but no. Oh, I see. Okay. That's cute. I have an idea. Yeah, no, that's a cute idea. Again, I hope, right, the one goal I've always tried to have is that I am capable of being aware enough to acknowledge when a game is, or like when something is a good or bad, regardless of my own thoughts and feelings on it, right? That's always been one of my biggest goals, is to have that impartial part of my brain. That game looks really solid. Irregardless of, again, like my own opinions on games like that, that looks actually like a solid game. I know for definite, though, that I do not always meet that mark when it comes to, like, getting that right. There's only so much impartial you can be with things. You always have bias. You always will. You can't get rid of it. In the moment someone tells me, like, they're going like, no, I'm looking at it from, like, the third perspective. I'm like, fuck you are. You are... It is, again, it's impossible to truly be impartial. And anyone that tries to tell you they're being impartial, they're normally up their ass. And yes, that you can make an argument of that's literally what I just said. I said I make an effort to be as impartial as possible, but acknowledge that I can't be. Right? And I'm willing to, like, go through the factors of what I'm talking about to try and explain that. And if you're wondering, yes, this is a deep-seated trauma problem from my family environment, where I would constantly get told, oh, no, I'm being fair and impartial, and I'm doing this because that's what that is. And it's like, that's not what that is. And it's something that's really accurate. Actually, that's something I saw today that I kind of want to talk about, right? So, I'm subscribed to healthygamer.gg, I think is their name, right? Is a psychologist that primarily works in the gaming sphere, right? He's a really, really smart individual. I think it's his name, Mike? He's a very smart individual, and he does a lot of really cool things. Again, want to stress, don't agree with everything he says, and that's always a good thing, to have a healthy degree of, I get where you're coming from, all that stuff, right? So I follow him for things. And one of the things he brought up today is something that I'm like, I hate how, like, this is the best description I've seen of an issue I knew was an issue, but I didn't, like, think of it, like, the way he explained it. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it easily, but it was a post he made. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to have to go to my phone for this, though, so I'm going to lose VTubing for a moment. I recommend his channel, by the way. He helped me sort out a lot of, like, really fucked up shit in my head. Here we go. So, there are two kinds... So, I'm gonna quote what he has here. If I misquote anything or anything like that, I apologize. There is a post on his channel, though, that I am, like, quoting here. There are actually two kinds of perfectionism. There is personal standard perfectionism and external concern perfectionism. Professional standards perfectionism, or PSP, is what when you set a standard for yourself and always want to be better. External concern perfectionism, ECP, is rooted in the opinions of others or to make them happy. This is actually, and it's actually this ECP perfectionism that's damaging. If you're highly perfectionist, chances are that you grew up in situations with unrealistic standards, and no matter what, you were always disappointing. And if you did do a perfect job, that was the norm. So you're either the norm or you're a disappointment. You're probably not used to having your own opinion on your own accomplishments, but that's what you need. When you need to slow down and ask yourself, what would I be happy with, even if no one else in the world existed? Perfectionism can be useful, but when it's harassed, yeah. And then it's like, then his link stuff afterwards. Anyway, I've talked about on stream before that, like, I had a lot of perfectionism for myself when I was younger. It would have probably been a bit of a column A, column B scenario with that one. But I think the forced harboring of it leans it to that second one more. And now I'm trying to make an effort to, like, transition it to that first one instead. That's why I try and do my best to, like, sit back and review my work and try and be objective. But again, like, that's one of those things that's really hard to do, right? Sokoban? Yes, I do know about Sokoban. I actually built a Sokoban game. For a thing. You did? I want to see it now. I don't fucking know where it is. I probably don't have it anymore, is the realistic answer. I just coded it. I didn't really pay much attention. The level design was given to, like, basically someone did the level design for me. Oh, well, I say for me. They gave me the level design, the assets, and told me program all of these functions, and I did. That's literally what happened with that. Probably better to say I participated in a Sokoban game development than that I made one. Like, do I have the files somewhere on my PC? Maybe, but I'm not sure. I could probably try and find the Git for it one day, but ugh. Don't know if I can be arsed, I'll be honest. But yeah, no, I found that that discussion from healthygamer.gg very fascinating. He's also, like, very pro-male mental health stuff, which is really good to see, because, like, in the nicest sense, not to get too far into this subject, because it's a fucking dangerous one to go down, mental health in general is not treated well. Male mental health is also very, very heavily has a lot of stigmatism. We're still in a stage where, like, a lot of, especially my generation, was told to take a concrete pill, right? That exact phrasing we heard many a times. Like, toughen up, take a concrete pill, yada yada yada, right? Which is not correct, by the way. It is okay to feel pain, it is okay to feel lost, it is okay to feel negative feelings. It's, how you process them, what you do with them is what actually matters. Again, I made this discussion many a times, and I always like bringing it up when I can, because it's very important to remember. It is okay to feel angry. It is not okay to be violent. And if anyone tells you it's not okay for you to be angry, then that's really fucked up. Because that's them basically saying, it's okay, we want you to not be human. Now, again, there is a massive difference between violence and angry, right? And it's, again, it's fully unacceptable to be violent because of something happening. Sometimes I wish I cried more. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Right? Like, I definitely have times where I wish I didn't have some of the stigmatism I have for a lot of that stuff. It's why I make an active effort to, like, never hold back tears. Like I've said before, right, I can shut down a mental breakdown and offset it as much as I can, but like I always try and make the effort to let myself cry, to do all in my power to enable that scenario, so I can go through it, I can process it, I can learn from the feelings that I'm having and get better at dealing with those feelings. Because we've said this with many things, but a constant reminder is, do you know how you get better at dealing with something? Or how you get better at things? By doing it, right? Now, this isn't to say go seek out scenarios that cause you mental distress so you get better at dealing with mental distress. But it's when you have mental distress, don't be afraid to let yourself feel it. But try and find a way to find the time to process it. And when I say process it, I don't mean watch some YouTube videos to try and ignore it. I mean go on a walk through like a park or near a river or an ocean or the beach or something. And just feel. Let yourself feel it. Think, why am I feeling this? What am I feeling? Do I like this feeling? How do I either prevent this feeling, change this feeling? Stuff like that. It's one of the hardest lessons I learnt in recent years was to just feel. Feel the grass, yeah. And I'm very thankful for the fact that I was able to go live by, like, the beach. Because the beach is one of the best places for this. Because you can just talk to the ocean. And the ocean will listen to your problems. And the ocean is so big that your problems feel so insignificant, but they still feel like your problems. Your problems aren't insignificant, but you need to realize that, like, in the grand scheme of things, you feeling like this in this moment, that's great. Learn that feeling, evolve from that feeling, but that feeling isn't the rest of your life. Your life is so much bigger and more beautiful and grander than this exact moment. Went out and shouted and talked to the ocean. Yeah. And it did fucking wonders for me. It's why, like I say, a lot of the time to people, like, go for a walk. I know it doesn't work the same for everyone, right? Like, I'm lucky that my brain really likes walks. And it can help me process a lot. But, like, an acknowledgement also needs to be made, right? And this is something that is why I started having more walks to begin with. Was Healthy Gamer GG said something that stuck with me, right? You go back to fucking tens of thousands of years ago with humans. What did we do as our day-to-day task? Let's say I go hunting. I go hunting with another person. The other person fucks up. Now, in a modern day, you'd probably have a go at them, and you'd be pissed at them for a while. You might forget about it eventually, but that's how that goes. Back then, you went hunting, something fucked up. You have about 11 to 14 hours before you get back home to walk and process that feeling. To think about how you're upset. What does that mean? I am upset at this person. I need this person to either know what they need to do better next time. I need to know what I did wrong. Things like that. You have fucking 14 hours to figure that shit out. And that's like every day or so, or like a few times a week, because you need to eat. We're a species that was like able to basically go, I need to process this because I have the time. We don't let ourselves have time anymore. And ever since, like, I heard that, I was like, that makes so much fucking sense, right? It's like we spend all our time with distractions, with all of these other activities going on and everything. No wonder we struggle with, like, emotional regulation and processing. We don't fucking give ourselves time for it anymore. Imagine time, yeah. Oh, look, again, it's one of those things of, like, we don't really... It's because we don't have that time sometimes, and when we do have free time, why are we going to spend it sitting there processing stuff when I could go play a fucking game, right? But your mental health is a very important part of your day-to-day. So that's why I do still recommend it, even though that is a bit of hypocrisy there, as I don't do that shit anywhere near often enough for my own well-being. Right? Like, I don't go on walks anywhere near as regularly anymore when I really should be. We know you're a hypocrite, we love you. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I did a teaching degree. Teachers are like some of the biggest hypocrites out there. A good teacher will acknowledge that, by the way. It's not a negative thing. It's literally how the framework of being a teacher works. To teach an individual something that you might not fully understand is hypocrisy, right? Do as I say, not as I do. That is literally what a teacher does. But at the same time, they're doing it for your betterment, right? They're trying to set examples, they're trying to give you the best capabilities that they can. So I don't blame a teacher for being a hypocrite. It's part of the job. I just find it really funny. Fuck you, you're an asshole. Yeah, that's true. So what happens if I take that away? Oh. Okay. Let's see. Do you take anything, any of us say personally? Most of the time, no. I will openly admit there are a handful of times where I'm just, like, really too zoned out or really tired, and I take it a little bit more seriously. I try my best to take it with, like, a sense of... Think of it like this. The more you chat, the more I get a feeling of who you are. And when that's the case, I don't judge it as much. But like, if someone just brand new turns up to the chat and says, fuck you, you're an asshole, but means it comedically, I'm gonna definitely have like an eyebrow raised. I'll laugh it off, but like, it's definitely, if that is all that person ever does, regardless of, for, like, not meaning or anything like that, I'm not putting up with that. I put up with that before in my life with a friend group that I had that was 90% of the things we said to each other was fucking awful, right? We would actively only say bad things to each other, and I was pushed really bad in my mental during that time. That was one of the main friend groups I had for a long time, since high school, that I just, after one day, I just never talked to anyone but one of them ever. Oh, no, two of them. I talked to two of them, and that's because one of them was literally my best friend, and he didn't participate in the shit talking as often. And the other one was someone that actually reached out to me and said, hey, are you okay? Because I've noticed you've been looking a little bit too, like, you're not being great recently. And I'm still friends with both of them now. Admittedly, friends, quotation marks, in the sense that we're friendly, we talk from time to time, but, like, my best mate's still my best mate. No matter what happens, that will never change. He has been there for some of the worst parts of my life more than anyone else, and that's Max, right? that's why I kind of always make that argument, and this is not one that I recommend this argument to people, by the way, is that, like, if you have toxic people in your life and they're not really offering anything other than toxicity to you, fucking leave them. Right? You don't need to keep that bridge around regardless of the reason as to why. If they're family, related by blood, fucking anything, if they're just offering toxicity to you and not, like, support or help or anything, don't bother. Now, again, you do need to be a bit objective with that. There are sometimes you're going to look at a family member and go, you only offer this. It's like, no, they don't. They are there for you and they support you. It's just most of the time you do feel like they are an ass. Right? Again, if your parents are strict but caring, that's still strict but caring. That's not them being, like, awful to you. You need to acknowledge that part. As well as if you're under your parents' roof, you're under your parents' roof. It's the same with if you go to another house, you're under the head tenant's rules. Now, admittedly, you can probably negotiate better at a head tenant situation than you can with your parents, but that's why you gotta be tactful. Now, if you move back to your parents after having moved out, that's definitely an awkward time where it's like, the rules feel very muddy at that point, and you feel like you are being fucked around with, and I agree with that. I've not experienced that personally, because once I moved out of my parents, I never looked back, or moved out of my mother's. And yes, that is exactly that case scenario, is like, I cut toxic people out of my life. That included my family, because they were all just really horrible to each other and offered no redeeming qualities. No support, no nothing. We only just treated like shit. Like, we treated each other like shit. I didn't like that. I had enough. It was constantly emotional manipulation, emotional baggage, fucking trying to one-up sympathy check each other. It's not pleasant. You're sure you're not a professional therapist? No, and I will never try and pretend to be. Even if for a joke, I can never do that because that's part of my brain. There is actual legal consequences for that. That's why I also say, like, I'm not a legal advisor, but tax evasion. No. I like to think of myself, and this is, again, a personal perspective on myself, so it might just be wrong, but I've lived a decent amount of life at this point. Not per se years, but life. And that has granted me understanding fire experience. And that's why I sound like I do sometimes with certain things. I've been told I sound like a dad. I'm told I sound very wise for my age. It's because I've lived a lot of my life and I've tried to do my best to reflect on what I did wrong. What went wrong, right? It's a very hard thing to do. That's why I'm very much praised by a lot of my medical people, like my doctors and stuff, because it's like, oh no, you do like a lot of like growth things that are really good for people, but you also have so much gone wrong that you have like, you're really good at processing it, but you've got a really big processing pile. Father, goddammit. Father, I require sustenance. Actually, speaking of, I haven't had breakfast yet, now that I remember. Good on me. That was just me being lazy. It's no grander reason. I just haven't put food aside for myself. To be fair, I didn't have dinner last night for the same reason. I kind of got to my room. I'm like, it's 10 o'clock. I haven't had anything to eat. I'm not hungry. I can feel being hungry, but I'm more tired than hungry. So I'll go to bed. Like, I'm sure everyone knows that feeling though, right? Where it's like, I'm just too tired to be hungry enough to care. I will consume stuff when I can. Don't worry. I don't have anything to consume right now. Everything requires buying either mute or... Yeah, that's actually about it. I only have noodles at the moment to eat. I am worrying. Don't worry. I ate a really solid lunch yesterday. And I did have breakfast yesterday, so it's not like I've gone a long time without food. Here we go. Getting there, getting. That's too much. There we go. I just realized something. Rue and Saf just deny going into a 1 capacity point. Oh, really? So they always have to be together, and that's final stage. So I did the best I could then. I take pride in that. They're made to follow you, but they won't go onto a 1-man point. That's nice. I actually like that. That's a good choice to make with those two, though. Right? Design-wise, I agree with that. Also, I make Gwyn's troops run out. He won't move them up for some reason. I think there's a point in time where he stops. If I remember from the first playthrough. Let's see. By following you, I mean, follow Scarlet. They don't give a damn about Lily unless she's on a point directly next to them. Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, no, that was very obvious. They chased down Scarlet because that's the point. That's the plot, is they're trying to talk to Scarlet. Alright. There we go. Alright. And it's Cat and Mouse, Scarlet and Lily is just Trip picking up 3 points, yeah. They also chase, which is the main thing, because that means that they only take a point to the bare minimum, and then they move on immediately. Right. Like, that's the other stuff that kind of is important to remember. Because there's some characters that are like, no, I'm absolutely capping the point to its fullest. And then there's some that it's like, no, bare minimum. I just need to be able to move through the point. Hey, Sweeb, how's it going? Okay, let's see. For what I will say that when they got on our point, I'll go through all the stars before moving, regardless if they have their point next to them. It'd lead to faster encounter. Yeah. Me cleaning my house. It is the job of adults to do the boring shit. Yeah, I understand. People, okay, no, you know what you've just reminded me of? An argument I always bring up when someone asks about being an adult. Do you have any idea how much time you spend thinking about food as an adult? Right? Like, you might underestimate it, but like, if you are a working adult, do you know how much time a day you spend on food? Spend on earning money for the food, spend on thinking of what to buy for your food, spend on time on thinking on what you're making with the food, spend time on preparing and making the food, spend the time eating the food. All of these things take so fucking long in your day. Like, it's not an understatement to say easily, like, 6-ish hours of your day is spent revolving around food. Food is one of the biggest examples of, like, how to feel like an adult. It's not taxes, it's food. I like cooking, so that kind of counts as a break for me. I'm not disagreeing with that either, same. It's more the point of, like, you spend so much of your day revolving around food. It's fascinating. Let's see. I hate cleaning around once per week, yeah. I mean, I clean a lot less often than I probably should, especially for someone that was considered a clean freak. Yeah, that was a fun thing. For a long time, I was considered, like, excessively clean freaky, because I wanted to vacuum somewhere between 1 to 3 times a week. Keep in mind, this was during the time where I lived in a house with, like, 4 people and 2 animals and, like, all these sorts of things. And I was told I am excessively clean requiring. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? You fuckers do not take your shoes off when you come inside. And you're telling me I'm being a clean freak for asking for a bare minimum of once a week vacuum the full house. I don't know, I feel like that's a valid request, personally. Noxie did say that at least you clean. Yeah, I clean. I clean once to twice, like every week or so. Like, I think 2 weeks is normally the longest, and it's normally because of medical reasons I'm not cleaning at the time. Like, I literally can't stand for that period of time to do the cleaning. Because like, I have a pile of trash basically next to me, but it's all organized trash. It's like, I have a bag for my rubbish, I have a box for my recycling, I have my food box near it as well. I never have any food in. I never have any like food scraps or anything like that. It is literally just like raw packaging rubbish, and it's normally there for like a week at most. I use like proper bleach cleaner for my bathroom. I have like toilet stuff, everything. I wipe down a lot of the surfaces every like every month or so. Specifically surfaces where it's like my hand just goes there. Not even like anything particular, it's just like my hand goes there regularly, so there's gonna be dirt there. I do washing. I attempt to do it at least once, if not twice a week, dependent. If I'm doing just like clothes or if I'm doing bedding. I should do my bedding, by the way. I don't do my bedding anywhere near as often as I should be, because I only have like one main set of bedding. And I'm lazy as shit. So, okay, question to y'all. Do you know how often you should be changing out your bedding? Like your sheets and stuff. How often they need to be like swapped out and cleaned? This is a question that is something I did not know until very far into my life. When I was on my own. Part of I'm gonna wait, that's me. Same. I do it every week. So the expectation is every second week. So every 2 weeks. You can do it more often, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the expectation is that you're doing it like at least every second week. I do it like every third or fourth sometimes. Because I'm just like so tired and I don't have the time when I'm like not in my bed or not needing to be able to lie down. Man, I'm clear as fuck. Exactly, and there's nothing wrong with doing it once a week if you can. Like, I only have the one bed sheet, so it's a little harder to do, right? If I had more, I probably would do it, like, on the at least bi-weekly basis more, like, consistently. I would say around twice a month. I usually don't go past that. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, the worst I get is I do it, like, I normally keep within twice a month, right? I normally keep it within that scope. That's why I say, like, 4 weeks is my worst, and there's 5 weeks in a month. Normally, I do it, like, I have 4 weeks I don't do it, then I do it, like, again 2 weeks later, and then I do it, like, it's kind of like that sort of thing, where it's like, I'm just irregular with how frequently I do it. But it is something I know I should be doing more often. It's just, again, it's hard to justify when I only have the one main set that fits the bed. Because I liked the ability to be able to lie down multiple times a day and rest. You're getting a little bit of a deep dive into why I take sometimes so long to do work, and why I watch as much anime as I do sometimes. Is because it's not because I'm being lazy per se, it's that like I need to lie down because my heart's giving me problems, and I lie down like multiple times a day. Or just other problems occurring. Right, getting a real deep dive moment there. Lazy mallet doesn't work off stream. Exactly. I swear, like, VTubing is, like, a very interesting sphere, because the amount of people that have, like, conditions and have amazing talent and are just, like, very, very questionably not heterosexual, is insane. And I'm like, why are we all like this? Is this because VTubing entices us to come to this ankle? Is this just actually a showcasing that a lot more people in the world are like that? Right? It's an interesting, social thought. Like, I saw a meme the other day someone posted that did make me chuckle, which is like, why the fuck does, like, every VTuber have the ability to draw art, sing, do this or that, like, rig their models, all that? I thought we all came here because we were all fucking talentless fucking bums. And I'm like, I love that because that's something that I agree with, right? Like, I came into this fully going, I'm fucking useless, I have jack shit that I can really offer, and now look at me, I'm attempting to frequently do art, and do, karaoke, and all that. It's really interesting when you think on it like that. Ruin Saf just spawned a dude out of nowhere. I'll leave that to the fanfic. Don't worry, they're only twin siblings. That are colored blue for the boy and red for the girl. There's no series that we all know that has something similar to that. No siblings of those color codings have ever done questionable things together. Oh yeah, did you know, I haven't watched the trailer yet. Have you guys watched the trailer for the 3rd season of Oshi no Ko? Completely unrelated. I need to watch it at some point. Keep forgetting, and then it comes up on my timeline at a time where I'm like, I can't watch it right now. Alright, okay, I read the manga. That's fair. I don't know, the anime is just so visually stunning to me, is why I'm not reading the manga for it. So I'm just waiting purely on the anime to get all of the content. Though there's a chance it might not, just based on how the fucking ending went. And how, like, poorly that was received. For good reason. Again, it's sad when a creator kind of is openly says, hey, I'm just kind of bored of this now. Right? Like, I thought the concept of Oshinoko was really, really interesting. And really, really compelling. And it's just kind of sad that the creator's like, I'm bored. It happens. And I'm not going to say he can't feel that way. It's a creative art. Like, if I told him, no, you need to keep creating, it's like, it's not going to create a scenario that I would ideally want. It's just going to cause problems. Look at me being a fan of something and not sending death threats because something happened or didn't happen the way I wanted it to. It's an incredibly fucking unique experience in the modern day. Depressingly. Oh, that's looking pretty decent. The anime's good, I just don't feel like watching. I mean, like, same, right? I've got series like that where I read them, and irregardless of how good the anime is, it's hard to justify the time, right? I think the main one for that is, actually, ironically, by the same author, Kaguya-sama. Because I read so far along with it that even if the anime gets up to that point and goes further, it's really hard for me to justify getting back into it. Even though I know, especially from, I think it's the 3rd season or 2nd season onwards, the quality of the anime is substantially better than the actual manga. Right? Again, the hey hey scene is like the fucking moment where we see that. They rewrote a couple of things as well, and it just got better for those rewrites. Slime Datakin's another one like that, where I got so far in the manga, I caught up to the manga at the time. There was a delay or something, and I stopped reading, and the anime now is beyond where I read. And I still really, really want to fucking catch up on it. But, like, it's really hard for me to fucking put the energy towards it. And now there's like an entire season and a movie beyond the content that I've read, I think. Sorry, I'm a little distracted by something at the moment. Okay, cool. There we go. You always use this brush for the line art as your favorite. So kinda. So I've tweaked this brush several times now. And so what this brush has is it has a shitload of stabilization. So what you can't see is actually how delayed the brush is for me, right? So I'm gonna do a quick snap, right? Like that. And it looks fine. This is like almost a half a second behind what I've drawn. This is a reason why when you see me doing like doing that thing, it's like this, because I'm like constantly having to reorientate it while it's delaying. But that's because the stabilization's on like 40. What that does is it means that the line is just smoother in general. Now, it is just the generic pen edited, right? You're gonna feel on the moon. No, so that's the thing. The stabilization, that's just how this works, right? Stabilization is quite CPU intensive. Yes, but that actually hasn't changed this. Even when I'm not running stream, this delay is present. This exact amount of delay. It's because of just the fact that the program caps it correctly, which is fine. There's no problem with that. I, in fact, see high-end artists with graphics tablets with the same sort of stabilization, and it's really interesting watching them draw because you see the delay of the line coming through. So it's actually just a natural part of doing the drawings like this. Now, I stopped doing vector lining stuff as much, because one, it was also really intensive on the program, and two, I found that I would prefer to not have vector do the work for me, especially with the consequences of using vector. I think vector's really good for a lot of things, but I found at a specific point in time, there are certain detailings that I started doing more consistently that vector lining worked worse for me. Right? Like, here is a big one. Here sucks to draw with vector lining sometimes, and then the rest of the time it's the best to draw with. And because it's kind of like one or the other, you can't draw with both. I just was like, well, which one has the least, like, problems where it says can't do, and the more of the problems of you have to get better with, and it's just the base pen, right? So no vectoring. What you will see as well is, so this is a pen here. This is the pen I use to sketch with. This is actually a downloaded pen. I got for free somewhere. And it's a really nice pen. So I sketch with that all the time. By comparison, I also have this pen we've shown off before, and this pen. Which this one's kind of to help draw with, like, more manga lines, if I was to do it. This one, and this one, theoretically, what I can do is I could, like, draw inside this. If I was much better with it, obviously. It's really good for, like, doing the hair. Wow, the computer just died. Wait. Give it a moment. It did not like what I was doing. There we go. But it's, like, really good for when I would want to do, like, up the hair, because it's like, oh, well, we do this area, then we do this area, and then we do this area. Right? Like that. It is very much like toolbox it. Find the ones that you like and use those. Honestly, I just want to get a graphics tablet at this point. That would actually solve a lot more of my issues, because as a soft reminder, the screen is in front of me, the tablet is below me. I am fully relying 100% on hand-eye coordination skill. With, like, the tablet not being sometimes where I want it to be. Like, it is straight up, like, imagine a guy, like, it is, I'm here, tablet is here, my perspective is here on monitor. Right? Like, that's how I draw. It's a very terrible drawing, but you get the idea. So it makes it, like, really, really frustrating sometimes. I would much prefer to have, like, a tablet that has a screen on it so I can start doing that. And it means that I'm not having a tablet that's flat. I would prefer to have a tablet that's at an angle. I try and draw with this one at an angle, but it just doesn't feel right at the same time. Because I'm not looking there, and it means I have to position my hand really awkwardly while drawing. If anything with lag, the thing that would actually get fixed is what you see when I, like, do the drag, move stuff around. This is what lags the most, right? That's the thing that would change the most with the PC upgrade. I mean, so much is going to change with the PC upgrade, and it's why I want to get it done. But also, good God, everything just keeps not working out for me, huh? Now, you could make an argument, didn't you just buy a bunch of Magic the Gathering cards? Isn't that, like, a dumb expense? Fuck you, I expected to pay that money from the beginning of the year. You're gonna have to fight me on that one. You're not stopping me from getting my Magic. Is that you make very thin lines in your line art. So, line art is a mixed game, right? Where you can do two things with the line art. You do what I do, which is extremely thin lines all the way through. And then you do all of your, like, the accentuation and the coloring and texturing. Or, what you'll see with, especially here is the case, is what you might do, is you might do, like, that, right? Where you'll create a texturing from that, creating a fake shadow. I suck with getting my pressure right on digital, so I just do thin lines and do the rest with coloring. Again, another thing that I feel like would change with a better tablet that I can look directly at, because then I can get a better feel for it. On a piece of paper, different argument. I'm a little bit better with that stuff, with pressure things, obviously, because I've worked on that for more than a fucking decade or two. But yeah, so that's why I use thin lines. Both are a very valid way of approaching it. It's probably better if you want to learn. It's better to practice the other way, not the thin lines. But it is just a restriction I have because of me with digital and not being very good at the, that thing getting transferred through. I heard some artists end up skipping the line art part. I wonder if you would go in that direction eventually. Probably, honestly. If you want my real, like, honest opinion to that statement, yeah, that'd probably be similar to how I go eventually, because, like, what I used to do, to be fair, I did a lot of painting, but what I used to do is I would do a draft, and I would just edit the draft into being the final piece. Now, again, you can get away with that with painting a lot more than you can with sketch draws, obviously, because eventually the sketch that you did is going to come through and all that. But with painting, you can, if you do it correctly, you can overdo you can do the paint over the lines and you can hide them enough. Not something I would recommend to most artists when dealing with paint. It's again a very grungy answer to something that you can just get better at. You're supposed to keep much simpler lines on your canvas. But for now, because I do so much, like, non-colored art, line art tends to be where my brain goes first and foremost. Right. It's very much down to also just what you want to practice, right? Like, at the end of the day, this is the other important thing to acknowledge. Each artist is different, but each artist also has their, like, each artist has their own way of doing things, but there are consistencies you'll see between certain styles. My styles are a lot more, like, iterative, and that's partly because I'm a programmer by nature, right? So my art inherently shows that. Like, I will do an action, I will undo the action, I will redo the action, I will do a sketch, then do a line art redraw, and then I will do potentially sometimes another line art redraw. It does give you 2 rejection bonuses also. It's much more brutal than the cutscene you got. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I could attempt to go back and do that. It's not like we were too far beyond that point. Cool part being a noob is that I have to practice everything, but for now I'm focusing on close and folds, since especially suck at those. Yeah. I mean, like, I have a lot of things I need to practice on. I'm just been practicing on texturing, because that's the thing I don't sell very much of, right? Like, I try to avoid that as a, an option when doing commission art, because I'm not as confident with it. I tend to do just line art. In fact, I found out one person was actually just buying art from me to then have someone else do it up and clean it up and color it, and I'm like, that's fair. Hey, look, I got paid at the fucking end of the day. I have no qualms with that. That makes a lot of sense. One of the things I also try and do more of, and you're seeing it here, is I try and do one big line when I can. Because it looks better, normally. Part of the drill, I guess, yeah. Again, fucking they paid for it, I don't give a shit. They wanted it done up, I can't do that. They go to somewhere else, they can. The fact that they still stuck with me to get the art done, like the baseline, that's already a fucking achievement then. By that same argument. Because they could have just easily gone somewhere else. That maybe charged same price, less maybe. Gave them an image. Clearly they liked what I did and the quality that they got out of it. Right? But yeah, no, the further you zoom in, the harder it is to gain the general gist of the larger image. Which is why I try not to do it with some things and try and do more that only with details that literally you cannot get away with, like, not minimizing for. Not got the angle right on that. But yeah, the other thing you'll notice as well, like, I can only draw certain angles, or draw angles easier at certain angles, in the drawing, right? Like, I have favored, approaches. I actually got yelled at that in art class. It's like, stop rotating your fucking canvas around. And I'm like, I'm sorry? Do you not want me to be able to draw this fucking angle? We're listening to the Stardew Valley. Yeah. I put it on a moment ago. I'm going for late last. Actually, how long has it been going for? It's been like 10 minutes or something. It's been 30 minutes. I'll see you guys next time. Remember to water. Catch you later, Clap. Oh, stretch. Alright. Yeah, see, this is what I fucking hate sometimes, is I just can't get the pressure right. Because, this thing doesn't track my pressure hugely, because again, I draw very lightly most of the time. You can actually see how much of a fucking pain in the ass time I'm having sometimes. Where I try and take a specific angle, and I'm normally going to get, like, a little bit out of it in a real case scenario. But I don't get shit out of it when it's like this. I'm annoyed. Ugh. I remember this one rounds it off a lot more because there's a lot of padding on this specific knee. Which knee? This knee. And now they've copyright struck you. Because you mentioned their name. Because I didn't mention the fucking mouse. Keeps me somewhat safe from their legal team. Is there any movies anyone's interested in coming up? Because I'm curious, because I haven't watched shit all in a while. I did kind of want to watch that Transformers one that I keep seeing clips for. Is it Transformers Zero? Alright, that's where we're at currently. Now for the pain in the ass boots. Alright, there we go. Getting there, getting there. I haven't looked at the new spoilers for Magic yet. Oh, there's a controversy with Magic, the upcoming set, that's kind of like depressing, and I do think that is like worth kind of commenting on. I'm not happy about commenting on things like this, but I think it's important. One of the cards was done by an artist that's very well known for being an AI artist. Runs like AI art studios and shit like that, and I think published or helped publish an AI art only game. And the art for it is... yeah. So needless to say, there's a lot of discussion around that at the moment. Oh, I say a lot. There was a decent amount of discussion about that the other day, I saw. Because again, reminder, AI art like that is very much taboo to a lot of people. And I would argue, yes, that's correct. When you're a business like that, it is very unacceptable in my eyes for you to deviate from the hire a fucking artist position. That's why Coca-Cola's getting fucking clowned on as well at the moment, right? I'll see if I can find the art and you'll see exactly what I fucking mean. Here. This is the new Toff card. Is it not gonna? Why are you downloading the image? I don't want to fucking download it. It said open image in new tab. How is that download? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Alright, well, I guess I'll download it to show it. There you go. Like, you can immediately see it's not subtle. And it's such a cool card as well. And like, now I'm like, I don't want to run it because it's... because of the part of my brain that's like, ew, it's fucking AI art. Right? Like, it's got a cool effect. Like, I'll probably still play it. I'm just gonna be very upset. Alright, what are the new cards? A lot of these are art cards. Okay, Ko is the last one I saw. Wandering Musician. Got attacks, creatures you control. Death touch when you sacrifice another permanent, but I want to count on this. Yeah, it's not bad. Zuko's Conviction. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If it was kicked, instead put it onto the battlefield tapped. Team Avatar! Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets XX, where X is the number of creatures you control. Oh, okay. Firebending, listen. Firebending does 2 damage to target creature. If it was kicked, deal 5 damage. Yeah. Hakoda, we already have seen. Just different art. Wait, Waterbending Scroll, I saw this. This actually looks pretty decent. I can see this being included in a couple of mono blue decks. Wartime Protester, haste. Whenever another ally you control enters, put a 1 on counter on that creature and it gains haste. What? Okay, that's silly. Whenever you sacrifice another permanent, put a 1 on counter on this creature. When this creature dies, you may exile it. If you do, return target creature you card with okay, we've seen that before. Zuko Conflicted, we've seen this one before. That's just new art. Looks cool. Abandoned Temple, we finally get a fucking non-weird thing for it. New art, new art. I think there's new art for one we've already seen, but that's fucking insane. Flying Vigilance, other creatures you control have Vigilance. It's really good. Seen this one. I think. Doesn't matter because it's a fucking 4 mana 3/3 lifelink. Tags another target, flying. Yep. I've seen that one. Definitely seen this one. Definitely seen this one. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking walls. Okay. Definitely seen these, except for the different art style for them. Definitely seen that one. Further, creatures you control have haste. Nice. That's the fucking scene from that episode you choose, though? Okay. Humble Defector. Draw 2 cards. Target opponent gains control of this creature. Activate only during your turn. John. Again, really the choice you could... Okay. Lightning Bolt. Yeah, that sure. New art. You her fucking 2 mana 2/2. Wow. Yeah, okay. Sure. They're in the fucking Jumpstart. Jumpstart cards have, like, notoriously shit cards in them. Sometimes. Just to, like, fill them out. Again, they're supposed to be just playable. That's the main goal. Fevered Visions, which are you again. At the beginning of each player's instep, that player draws a card. If the player is your opponent and has 4 or more cards in hand, this enchantment deals 2 damage to that player. Nice. Join the dance. Create 2 1/1 things. Has flashback. Tarnished Citadel. Add 1 mana of any color. This land deals 3 damage to you. Damn. I mean, it's a land that could be played. Ugh. Yeah, nothing too incredible. Yeah. See, I'm gonna continue doing this thing AI artists don't know how to do, which is just fucking draw. No, I've said this before, I don't really fucking give a shit about the huge amount of discourse there is. I just think that there is a moral argument with AI art as long as it's morally sourced. I don't mind it as much. The problem is most of the time it's not. And without evidence that it's morally sourced, I'm going to assume it's not. If I'm told that Toff one, it's like, oh no, that was morally sourced. Everything that went into that is agreed upon art. Sure, I'll accept it. Right? But up until that moment, I'm going to assume otherwise because of the way most of that all is approached. I think it's a valid assumption to make for now. Again, the mistake so many people make is they hear someone support, like AI and they assume like, or AI, related stuff in game development and they assume it's like the worst. And it's like, no, you are misrepresenting. Like, I think it was Kojima recently did something, right? Where he talked about like, he thinks it's really useful in administrative. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. I fucking loved that shit if I was still doing, like, admin work. Alright? Who wouldn't? An employee I can literally just bully the shit out of to do stuff for me. And I don't get written up by HR. Okay, that sounds like I really did that often. I didn't, but the point stands. It speeds up processes. It's why, like, my doctor uses AI for note-taking. And every time he does ask me, hey, are you okay with this? And all that. And it's a closed-off internal AI. It just speeds up his ability to do notation. It also, or, like, notes about me. Like, the medical notes, I should say. It's the wording I should use. It speeds up the medical notes, and it also helps him find things faster. And I'm like, all for that. Do that. That's great. Again, nothing wrong with the actual concept itself. It is just the usage of it in some cases. again, it's the whole, like, a few bad apples spoiling the bunch. Like, it's... AI itself is not the problem, it's just some of the bad actors around it. Especially those that are, like, very anti-real artists. I don't understand that shit sometimes. Or, I'll be honest, right? The whole AI is real art. I will always kind of mixed feelings in that. Like, that's very monkeys and typewriters argument to me, personally. Right? Or it's like, if anyone doesn't know what that is, it's the concept of, with infinite permeations, eventually you'll sustain the outcome you're perceiving. Right? So monkeys and typewriters is literally an idea that if I had a room full of a bunch of monkeys and they all had a bunch of typewriters, eventually, by sheer randomness and bullshit, one of them would write a Shakespearean play. How long would that take is indeterminable because of the sheer, unarguable, random nature of all of those events. However, there is also ways to influence that, but that's not the point. The point is that by sheer random happenstance, you outcome a thing that is good, does not justify you, like, it does not mean that that monkey is as good as Shakespeare. That means that that monkey happened to produce something of that ilk. If you're using an AI that, especially if it is morally wrong and does not source from sources that have agreed upon this, right? Like Sora and a lot of the core ones. What you are doing is that. You are nothing more than a monkey to me. You're putting in words at a kind of however it works to try and output something that you think is good. What is the difference between you and a monkey slamming a keyboard and getting a Shakespearean play? Huh? And now that I've thoroughly upset all of the 0 AI artists that follow me, I'm nearly done with the lineup. There we go. I'm missing 1 or 2 things. Yeah, missing there. Alright. I think that's that. I could stand to put in a little bit of... Oh, man. This one feels so much bigger. I did love... Oh, no. Okay, I'm stuck on the AI artists thing at the moment. I apologize. I did see one that, like, made me chuckle the other day. Is an AI artist like, yeah, you may say, like, my, say what you want, but my art's better than yours. Is like, yeah, but the difference is I can actually draw what I'm drawing. Like, I have the skill to try and accomplish this, and the ability to acknowledge I can be better. You can't. You literally cannot get better. You have to rely on a software to get better. And you know what the best part is? Your shit, it's getting based off mine. You think my art's bad? Your art's based off mine. In some capacity. And 1 pixel is even based off it. It is based off mine now. So however good your art is, it is partly my art. I think most large-scale companies have realized how dumb it is to work with AI, though. And how, like, negative the perspective is on it. From the consumers, which is, like, the big deal, right? Is if your consumers are upset, you probably need to find out why and prevent that. Especially knowing that long-term it will affect your sales. That's why I'm, like, surprised Coca-Cola has pulled this shit again with the AI trailer thing they did, the Christmas thing. This is like, this is the 2nd year in a row you've done this. I don't drink your shit anyway, so I'm quite content never touching it again. Alright, I finished my drink finally. Alright, what do we think? I think we can start moving on to the coloring. There we go. That's only mildly menacing. Jet too hot. I hate that meme. It's stuck in my head again. Fuck! Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Saving for myself. Alright, that's a very quick texture, like coloring thing to work off for now. The colors are very far from being right, but that's the point. Alright. I'm just getting the baseline down, so you can see what it looks like. Oops. Alright. Oh, do I need to explain the rule of why you never just use actual black when coloring? There's a few reasons, and it's also very dependent on your style, but yeah, there's a kind of like a thought process to not use direct black coloring, which is why right now you're seeing with the eyes and stuff like that, I'm not using just black. So the main argument is I use line art. Tell me, how am I supposed to tell what the fuck the line art is if the line art and the color is black? Right? So, off black is really important there. Some didn't even use it for the line art. Yeah, you can choose not to use it for line art. I do. I'm lazy. It just gives you the pop that you want from, like, anime stuff. Anime stuff, it's fine to use it sometimes for outlines. But it's also just, like, especially if you're doing the other style of line art we talked about, you never want to use it for that. There is a lot of reasons. The short answer is, for me, in particular, how am I supposed to differentiate the line art to the color then, right? There's again, very big, long list of reasons. The other is why you don't use white either, like pure white, you use off-white, is because if I use pure white on these, like that, it can actually cause like a lighting problem. Yeah, like that contrast is one of the main ones, but it's like it can cause lighting problems. Like how you do your coloring and shit like that, it just goes wrong. Again, I can't remember every fucking reason off the top of my head for it. There's a long list of reasons to never use absolute white or absolute black on coloring, though. It's one of the, like, soft recommendations that I know I got very early on in my art, that has stuck with me, and I had a lot of it explained to me at that time, and it's just kind of like, because it was so long ago, I don't remember every single fucking one. It's the same with even painting. You don't actually paint with like, well, it's because technically there's no such thing as like a pitch black perfect, and same with white, right? It also feels really off sometimes when you do. Do that for now. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that actually looks pretty nice. Ignore the fact that her eyes are slightly green tinted, because I just needed something different. Ugh, it's gonna be a very good one. Might be tempted to retweet it, expose your super secret account. Ah yes, the super secret account. Look, that account is as well kept of a secret as Shy Lily's, like, alternate account, right? It's stuff like that where it's like, yeah. What was I looking for? Okay, there we go. Then I'll retweet it, hell yeah. I need to pull up the colors. The reference one that I was using actually has some of the colors on it, right? Yeah, it has core colors on there. I might yoink those as a foundation point. Nah, I'll just do it my fucking self. Okay. So one of these is like a sky blue. One of these is like a fairly vivid pink. I need a more violet purple. Then the gray. Okay. Were all of your favorite VTubers and VShoujo? Not all. Vast majority. Iron Mouse, Mel, Matara. Like, they were definitely some of my main top ones. But, like, Juniper is still very high up there for me. Aura is still up there, but that's mainly just because she's awesome, and I interact with her on a semi-regular. Or, well, at least at a point in time, I interact with her semi-regularly, and she does actually have some of my art as emotes and shit. I am actually still credited on her channel, if I recall correctly. I'm trying to think of who else. I mean, Gura as well. Gura was up there for me. Like, again, I have a long list of VTubers I would consider, like, top tier for me. And most of them were VShoujo, though. There was a reason why originally the very serious consideration was to just make a VShoujo holocure. But then I wanted to do Vox, and that would require doing Niji Sanji, which immediately breaks that idea. Curious about the VTuber Unite roster? Yeah, there's a reason why, like, in the nicest sense, I fully accept the criticism. Hey, isn't like 90% of your roster fucking VShoujo? Or ex-VShoujo? I was like, yeah. Cause that was what I liked the most. Like Rin, Vidal, / Neuro, obviously. Like, again, it's one of those ones where, like, I could probably go through a very intense sit-down and list off a lot of VTubers. It's just it happened to be a lot of them are VShoujo. Did you look into Holo Indie by any way? So I can't approach Holo Indie with this game. With my main game. I have considered it for other stuff though. Because Holo Indie, I'm not even going to attempt because I would be asking them hey, can I get, like, support for a game that's going to also include your competitors? I don't think we need to discuss that further, do we? It's the reason why I can't monetize the game either, is because I would have to make an individual contract with each fucking place I would do a character from. And then at that point in time, why would I do that? Why not just do indies? Fuck it. Curious opinion on it? I think it's fucking awesome. I'd love more companies to do something similar. That's the long and short of it. I think it's a really awesome job that they're enabling creativity in their community. And doing the exact opposite of stunting it. Like, it's literally a architecture to support creative endeavors that would potentially not be as feasible before. It sounds weird to say, I consider it a lot like custom games, right? In, like a client, like Dota, right? I think custom games are amazing in Dota. And I'm fine with them being monetized as long as it's not, like, egregiously and competitively. That's a whole thing. I've talked about that a long time ago when that was getting fucked around with. And it's why I like it a lot. I do think that there are problems with it. Like with every corporate thing ever, and anything like this. It's the same argument I make with, like, how I mildly have gripes with certain content creators, and primarily VTubers, and the way that they approach, like, when they do a game jam, for example. Because I do not think they handle those all that well sometimes, and it makes me a little because it's like you're nudging into a scene that you aren't per se known for directly. You're not specifically a game development thing, and you've got, like, so many problems of how you've approached it. Which are problems that are very evident from the perspective of, like, oh, well, you kind of didn't know what you were doing with this. And that's fine. I'm not telling you off for that. I'm just, like, making sure it's acknowledged that this is not something you would normally do. I think Connor was one of the ones I got, like, the most about. Like, him and Iron Mouse have... I didn't like how they handled it a couple of times for it all. I think Vidal's handled it well, but that's, again, he's a fucking software dev. He knows what he's kind of prepping for and expecting of people. It isn't the case for VTube Unite. Did you ever look into, or for publishers? I've dealt with publishers for stuff before. I obviously, I didn't look for one for VTube Unite, for fairly, I would argue, obvious reasons. Again, I'll always stick to the healthy level of, a lot of the time, you don't need a publisher, especially if you're indie. It depends what you're wanting out of the project. For example, the card game, I would definitely consider a publisher a little bit more for that than I would normally for a project. However, at that same time, there's a level of, I would be very cautious. It would be very, very determined on what publisher. Because the idea with a publisher is they enable advertisement for you, as well as localization, deals that you might be able to get on platforms. Some will also make it so like, hey, I want to put my game on X or Y console. I don't know how to do that. What I'm going to request of my publisher is that they actually reach out to people that can correctly change the controls and edit the programming adequately enough to work on a different device, like Switch, right? Like, if I wanted to put a game on a Nintendo Switch, that's what you might do. So you might actually go to your publisher about that. But if I'm not doing that, and I'm just going like, oh, I want a publisher because I heard they're really... You're spending money that you don't need to spend. That's the simple answer for that situation. Don't spend money, especially as a solo dev or a small team, that you don't need to. Anything specific you would look for in a publisher, besides major controversies, of course? So it'd be very contract dependent. How much of the game do I own? Because fun little reminder, a publisher can basically have in the contract that they gain the IP of the game. I am not willing to give up the full IP. In fact, I'd probably be very hesitant to give up the majority of my IP if I'm bringing an IP to one of these situations. I'd be very, very against it. Aside from that, yeah, again, it's mainly the contracting. It's like, what contract do they offer? What benefits do they offer? What do I have for, like, the rate of earning, guarantees, because that's the other thing as well. It'd be basically success rate. Because, like, this is me business mindset, like, what I would expect if I was to do something equivalent to a publisher back when I worked and stuff like this. It would just be like, hey, can you guarantee sales? What sale count am I expecting from your assistance? I need a full markup of that, potentially. Again, depending on the scale that you're working with, most of the time you probably can't request that if you're indie. Or you probably wouldn't get something of that ilk. Then I would prioritize figuring out, like, again, it would literally be a way off thing of, like, how much work do I need to put in? How much time do I need to sink in? And how much money am I going to pay them in compensation for doing that for me? If the value is roughly works out to a point where it's worth it for me to go, like, actually, you know what? I would be spending, like, like, say 10 to 20 hours a week for like multiple months on these tasks, and these people are willing to do it for a few $10,000, that's probably worth it. Because like if you do the equivalency, the amount of time spent working on these tasks is also time spent the game being delayed. Especially if you're developing it. Like if you're the one developing it. These are the acknowledgements that kind of like need to be put together with all of this decision. It's like, if I'm doing this, what do I get in compensation? It's okay, especially, like, another thing I should mention with game development, and it's a big misunderstanding, it is very expensive. Oh, I'm an indie dev, I just do all my own work. Okay, cool. Have you tracked how many hours you're theoretically put into this? Well, why would I do that? Because think about the money that is worth. VTube Unite is a project that would probably be something close to, like, what I've spent 3 years on that project. 3 years, a lot of dev time, easily something close to 20 to 30 hours a week. If we go at, like, a very base level thing, that would probably be equivalent to about, I don't know, let's be really, really, like, lowball it. 40,000, 35 to 40,000 New Zealand dollars per year is spent on that game. On just the time I spent. Just time. And that is literally below average income kind of expectation. Right? So the game would easily be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of dollars worth in now of time put into it. It's not worth a damn dime. But when you equate it out correctly, it's worth a lot. But yeah, as you said, it's like the DIY argument of like DIY often makes it cheaper if you don't value time. It's the same with takeaways. Takeaway food. Like real talk, takeaway food is justifiable when you weigh it against time. Like, the time to make this food versus just buying the items to make it yourself. Is it worth it? You always got to do those weigh-ups. Never undervalue how important it is to do that comparison. Because I can make, like, this is the best example. I can make a burger for, like, if I was to make 6 burgers, I could make 6 burgers for, like, 10 bucks in New Zealand. If I was to buy a burger from any burger place, I'm paying $20 for one burger and maybe some side of fries. Why the fuck would I ever buy a burger from a fast food place if that's the case, right? Like, that's just objectively dumb. But sometimes I don't have time in the day, or I don't have energy, or whatever, and I'm like, I want to eat a fucking burger. On top of that, also the other mistake of, I just said, so $10 for 6 burgers to make, right? What if I don't want fucking 6 burgers? What if I just want 1 burger? Oh no, so the only way to buy the fucking burger buns is to buy a pack of 6. Oh, the only way to buy the patties is in a pack of 4. It's like, oh, the only way to get the lettuce is to get a head of lettuce, right? Or make your own food for all that matters is only really worth it when you like what you're doing. It's, you like what you're doing and you actually have the time. There's a reason why, something that was said by Mort Dog, actually, and I really liked this, is that, so someone was talking about how, like, so many high-end streamers never cook for themselves, and they order a lot of takeaways, and I liked his response to this, is that makes sense when streaming is your full-time thing. If you're spending 11 to 14 hours a day on streaming stuff, related things like meetings, actually doing the streaming, potentially editing and all that, you ordering food makes sense because time is money at that point. The time you spend making the food is time you are not spending doing editing, doing streaming, doing these things. All of a sudden, I say it that way, and you're like, yeah, no, that actually makes a lot of fucking sense. Why would I spend that time doing these editing things instead of making money? And theoretically, that time spent making the money is, I make more than the amount of money I would have spent on the food. Right? If I take an hour to make a meal, that is a theoretical price difference of like somewhere between $20, right? But I make $40 in that hour for not making that food, that justifies it, right? It's a really, really intense position to put yourself with it all. Now, admittedly, I know I over-order takeaways because I just don't have the energy a lot of days to go and make the food, or I'm just actually unable to do it, and sometimes I don't have the food to make, and I can use things to basically delay the payment. So I don't pay immediately, so therefore I can get the food now and pay for it later. It's not a loan, but it's similar. It's very weird. It's difficult to explain because it's a very weird system. I know some other countries have something similar. But yeah. Fun thing, when I work outside, I enjoy taking my time for cooking. But when I work from home, I just want to eat a sandwich and call it a day. Yeah, again, that's the other thing as well. Like, I fully have that problem all the time. Is that, like, I'm sitting at my desk for so long in a day, I kind of just go like, I just want to eat something right now. And I don't want to go deal with, like, the process of having to go, I'm gonna get up, go to make food, come back. Like, even when I was doing that more actively, the food I would make is so depressing, because it would be the quickest, simplest meals I could, as quickly as possible to fill my stomach. So I could make that food, eat that food, and be done with all of it so quickly that I could just get back to work. Admittedly, I have another problem though, Sweeb, and this is like, you'll start understanding my psyche sucks. The more work I do outside of the house, the less I eat. So if I'm going out frequently, I'm actually eating less in general. So realistically, I make more food when I'm at home not working. I make shitty food when I'm working, if not just order, when I'm at home. And when I'm out, I don't eat. Like, this is a very big long-term issue my entire life, is I would not bring lunches to work or anything like that. I might go to the bakery nearby and get a pie maybe once a week as a treat. And this is me working, like, long fucking hours as well. Like, this is back when I was working, even all the way back when I worked at McDonald's. I would do 11-hour shifts. I would eat a quick thing before work, go to work the whole day, get home, eat maybe a little tiny thing, and fall asleep. And that's how I lived. And it's like, especially when I wasn't drinking water very much during that time, I was drinking other things. And before you go, oh, energy drinks, remember, I've only drunk my first energy drink in the last few months. No, it was fucking alcohol. A reminder to that sense of I was a full-blown alcoholic when I was younger. I would drink all the fucking time. I was not healthy. I had my alcoholic years too. Yeah, I think most people have though, right? Those years for me were very bad because I would drink more alcohol than water. Drinking as much, but yeah, definitely too much. We've all had that era though. It's like your late teens, early 20s, right? Where you're like, alcohol's the hip new thing, I'm gonna stay up all night and drink a bottle. Like a fucking liter of, drink. Get a case of beer and you're like, hey. I could have bought food with this. Why the fuck would I buy food when I could buy alcohol? And it is just a mild reminder. Especially back then, I did not get drunk easily. So I was drinking it purely for the fucking taste. The love of the game. Yeah, exactly. Alright. We're getting to a point where it's just getting, like, the final base coloring done, and then we're going through and doing the proper texturing, right? I'm sure you can tell it's Mel at this point without, like, full explanation as well, which I'm happy with. Like, the hair color's definitely off, though. For the most part, it's off. There's a little bit of that kind of purple in there, but it's a bit more of a base, though. Again, this is the thing I was talking about with Noxy off stream the other day. Like yesterday. Was it's like, there is a point in time where, like, doing the line art, doing the base coloring and all that, you're done in a couple of hours, right? It's very quick and easy by comparison. The sketch takes fucking ages, and then it's the texturing takes an eternity. Especially like the rendering on the arms. I think I've done a good job. Like, again, the art piece I have to work with for a lot of this has a lot of the blending and stuff. And I'm trying to make an effort to accommodate to that blending. Right? Like, there's a lot of blended colors on this. Now, admittedly, I haven't nailed the fucking exact render color that they've used all the time, but I don't care enough to do something about that, I'll be honest. I've done my due diligence to try and get as close as I can. Porn? It's not porn, Chippy. It's kind of porn, I guess. I don't know. I mean, do we try and make a lewd layer later? What would we do for a lewd layer? We could do some face stuff. Again. I'm sure I could make this face look very, tantalizing. Not hard. How you doing, Chippy? Hope all's well. Clap's not here to enable you. Yeah, exactly. So I have to do it. No. We can leave it for later. We can do it as a last, like, bit for fun. Do it, old man. I mean, okay, well, what would I do, though? Like, what would you want to see as the lewd layer for this? I'm not doing, like, a full outfit change. I'm gonna say that fucking now. It's gotta be something that's kind of mostly surface level doable. I have a face in mind, actually, I could do for it. Oh no. That'd be a good face for it too. Hammerhead. No, not a fucking hammerhead. Swear to God. I still love how upset Clap is that I didn't save that. I don't think it's saved. I think it's literally just like it's lost to the ether. Because it was a sketch. It was just doing sketch stuff. Like, well, why would I save it? You hate him so much, what the fuck? Yeah, fucking hate his guts. Well, that's a hot naked man I just saw. Alright. I took vitamins, soon alcohol. That is a combination. But going back to the special layer for the special expression, right? Yeah, I could do a special expression. I could definitely do a special expression. I've got one in mind. Bro, you know something I realized, by the way, the other day? Let's see, for honor time as well, hell yeah. Hey, Flash, how's it going? So, something I noticed the other day, and I fucking couldn't stop laughing. So, I knew I wanted a specific card in the Iroh deck that I'm wanting to do, right? The Lessons deck. Which was, what's its name again? Song of Creation, right? The thing is, I don't own one, but there is one of the Hatsune Miku things has the Song of Creation. I didn't really have it in a deck before, so I just couldn't stop laughing at the idea that we have Iroh with a Lotus Petal, just because you have to have the Lotus Petal in there, and then fucking Hatsune Miku with Iroh. I would pin Iroh as a Hatsune Miku fan. I'm gonna tell you this now. I know them, and I can smell them. Iroh the GOAT. Iroh is the GOAT. This deck's gonna be so dumb. I still not sure how this deck wins. Other than just killing some fucking okay, no, I lied. There is a win con in here. There is a really bullshit win con in here that I did put together. Do you guys want to see the bullshit win con? That can be approached a couple of different ways. It'd be making green Miku tea, hell yeah. Collabing with Miku, it would be funny. No, so this deck has a win con in it that doesn't require Iroh, but it just is a really good enabler, right? Ironically enough, it actually uses the Lotus Petal. So, how do I explain it best? There is a card called Displacer Kitten, and the moment, if you know Displacer Kitten, you know immediately where this is going. Displacer Kitten has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, exile up to one target non-land permanent you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. This is the term flickering, is what often is this referred to as. What you're doing is you're taking it away, putting it back in, so it gets an ETB effect. You run Eternal Witness, which is whenever this enters the battlefield, you may return target card from your graveyard to your hand. You play Lotus Petal. Flicker, doesn't really matter. I sacrifice Lotus Petal to play Lightning Bolt, which does 3 damage to any target. On the cast trigger of Lightning Bolt, I use Displacer Kitten to re-get Eternal Witness, which gets me Lotus Petal from my graveyard. Do we see where this might be going in a second? I then play, after the Lightning Bolt resolves, Lotus Petal. Displacer Kitten triggers. I get Eternal Witness. Eternal Witness returns Lightning Bolt to my hand. I sacrifice the Lotus Petal. I play Lightning Bolt. I flicker Eternal Witness again. I get Lotus Petal back to my hand. Congratulations, you now have an infinite combo. I can do that with Brain Freeze as well, which is target player mills 3 cards and it has Storm, so it speeds it up substantially. I do also have 1000 Year Storm, which does give the spell kind of Storm. I do have this to make it so I just can't die to damage, which is you gain 3 life and it has Storm. I can do all sorts with this and make like really, really wild infinite plays. That's the only way I win, basically. Other than just generating a fucking wide as shit board off like Whenever you cast an instant sorcery, create a token. That's the idea of this deck. My man is here to, like, do a really big fucking epic thing and bring out all of the boys, and the boys are gonna kick your fucking teeth in. And then he's also got Hatsune Miku here. Which, by the way, this art actually looks fucking gorgeous. Look at that art. Also, Gran. That's one grandma I wouldn't mind tapping. Anyway, I had to put one Zuko in here as well, by the way. It was a really hard time finding a Zuko that would go into this deck and be, like, not bad. This is the worst, like, this is the best I could get. He's still not great. And the amount of times I'm like, I could just remove the Zuko and this deck would feel better to play. It is painful. Yeah. And the fun part with this deck is that outside a handful of cards, I own all of these cards, like, just straight up. I could build this deck pretty much upon getting, like, the Miku cards and then the set. Like, I own a Spear, I don't know if it's Spear, it might be Spear, Eridamus, I have a Displacer Kitten somewhere, I have plenty of Eternal Witnesses, I have an Electromancer, all of these are from the set. I have a spare Stormclin. I have a spare one of this. I have a spare one of this. I have a spare one of this. And, like, I would be spending, like, maybe $10, $20 to finish this deck, at most. And it's, like, lands, basically. Yeah, it's a couple of the spinny lands. Around the place that I wouldn't mind getting. Surveil ones, if I could. It's where almost all the price gets dumped in is the fucking, yeah, it's $70-something lands. And then the fact that I own most of these, and then the rest I can pull. But Lion Turtle, nice. But yeah, no, I also have, I still want to make that fucking one Yu-Gi-Oh deck, too. I have the deck list as well sitting there right now, I think, right? Oh yeah, Sweep, I'm making Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh now. What did you want to ask me about shit related to that? Because I could possibly answer now. Because I've had to, like, I have had to crash course myself on Yu-Gi-Oh a lot in the, like, recent while. But I'm mainly looking at the Genesis format. And by mainly, I mean fully only the Genesis format. Here we go. Here's the deck Here's the deck that I'm basing most of my stuff around at the moment. There's only a couple of things I want to change, potentially, but that's down to me finding exactly what I want to do. And yes, it's Dragon Maids. Because it actually seems kind of cool and interesting toolbox mechanics that I'm not against. Why I'm currently trying to find ways to enable the toolbox energy more. Like, this deck is really, really interesting to me. Or like, this idea is really interesting to me. For a lot of mechanisms that it has. It's fucking confusing, though, initially. It is definitely... This is the definition of one where it's like, if you have friends come over and they're all like, oh, I want to play a card, like, play a deck, do you have a spare one to play? Never hand this to them. Because, like, it's literally, unless you know what you're doing, this deck is going to be a nightmare to pilot. Especially with the fact that it is one of the most susceptible archetypes to, like, just your first hand bricking the shit out of you. Like, it happens in almost all of the game, but this one's like, if you brick hard, and you're basically like, cool, I'm just gonna concede. Which is why I'm trying to see the best potential ways to narrow out the cards better. So I'm tempted to add more of, I think it's the laundry one. Yeah, laundry dragon mode. I know kitchen's like one of the best though. And so is parlor. Yeah, it's basically kitchen, parlor, and potentially laundry are the main ones I want to work off of. Because these tutor, and you want to get tutoring effects. Well, this one doesn't tutor, it mills you, but yeah. Because you just want to put shit in your graveyard. That's the other thing, right? I don't care as much about their transformations, because you can only transform them once per turn. So. But it's trying to figure out what I want to do with the extra deck, because to my understanding with this archetype, is the idea is you have this as your consistent system, where you can generate the value you need to bring out big problems from your extra deck. Like here, this version of it has a lot of XYZ big bomb characters that come and like control the board and kind of win you the game. There's ones that are synchro orientated where you run a couple tuners to orientate the deck differently. There's all sorts. So I need to play around with the idea of it a few times and see where I get. But it looks like mildly hard to disrupt as well, like all things considered. Because that was something I was talking about with Snake as my mate, is that like, his deck he's playing is hyper consistent, but it's like doesn't do much with its consistency. It's not scary, it's just consistent. It's hard to interact with, it's hard to stop it doing its thing, but its thing is like a monster that can kind of be like dealt with relatively easily, or like blocked easily and never kill you. It's like, eh. So it's like, it trades consistency for lethality. Or like, the other way around. It trades out its lethality for consistency, sorry. This deck is, if you, like, it's consistent when it starts going. That's the thing. That's why it's weak. However, it does have a lot of lethality available to it. So that's why it's like, it's very brick orientated. It's how do you stop it from bricking the best, and how do you make it feel like you can get through your actions relatively consistently. So it's like tutors and effective maneuvers with those. Now you'll resolve your thing. Because again, you can't mulligan in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that was a decision to be made. I gotta lock in and touch people in For Honor? Like, what? Well, that game was a game about swords, not touching people. Clearly, I've been out of the loop of that game for too long. I'm also yawning because I'm sleepy, because apparently going to bed at midnight and then waking up early is not good. Who would have fucking thought? Oh, dude. Have I shown my favorite lesson from the magic set, though? I have a favorite lesson. There's a couple that are really funny, but there's one that it makes me cry laughing almost every time. It's so funny. So, in the game, in the lessons category, they have some that are like, that's kind of fucked up. Like, Uzai's cruelty, or whatever, which is like the moment, Zuko gets fucking firebended on his face, right? Like, that's a lesson that they printed. It's like, yeah, there's a lesson, your dad's a fucking asshole. Congrats. You've got the firebending lesson. That makes a lot of sense, right? Cool. There is one lesson that makes me just love so much. I'm looking for tea. Yeah, Ozai's cruelty is the one I was just saying, right? It's Ozai about to fucking firebend on Zuko's face. You will learn to respect, and suffering will be your teacher. Okay, it wasn't there. I'll just look for the art then. I've scrolled past it then, I guess. Where is it? I mean, Il Quench is also really funny. Il Quench. Sokka's Haikyuu as well. That's fucking perfect. But that's for different reasons. It is like the best card they've ever printed. It's clean. Where is it? I have to go look it up separately. I think I have to look it up separately. Here we go. Here's my favorite card. That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. A lesson in That's Rough, Buddy. And the flavor text is just, my first girlfriend got turned into the moon. That's rough, buddy. Regardless of what deck you're playing, you can put this in the deck box, and when something bad happens, you can just flick it out onto the table. That's rough, buddy. I love it and I hate it. It's so dumb and it's so funny. It's rough, buddy. So there you go. That's one of my favorite spells that they printed. Because of how shitpost energy it is. Oh! It's so fucking funny. I don't think I want to get too much more done right now. It's just gonna be like very fine color detailing from now. I'm curious how I'm gonna handle the eyes, because the eyes are gonna definitely be something I'm gonna put a fuckload of work into, right? Because they're just so big and important for this design. But yeah, I'm gonna finish up here for today. Like I said, I was hungry-ish earlier, and now I'm starting to feel, like, actually hungry. And I do want to watch some stuff and sort some stuff out before the end of the day. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, goodbye.